Hello everybody, welcome back to my Final Fantasy VIII Remastered request playthrough. I hope you all are having a good day. Yep, we are an hour early because good things happened. Time for Jailbreak. Okay, Okay, hopefully you guys are able to hear me or see me. Hear me rather, hear me. Yep, they said loud and clear. Okay, I'm hoping that I'm not missing out on anything. Yep. Anyway, agenda for today. We're beginning disc 2. 2 parts. One is a rather short, one is incredibly long. And by long, I expect a lot of card games. And I hear a whimpering puppy wishing to go inside. Please don't get yourself into trouble, and please do not consume on my cake. You're such a bad boy. Anyway, we are now gonna start disc 2 in a bit. Okay, let's get this over with. And if you like my content, hit that like and subscribe button if you please. Uncle Laguna, there's someone here to see you. Huh? Me? What's this person look like? He was wearing funny clothes. He's talking to Wayne right now. Is he at the pub? Yep, that's why I came over to get you, Uncle Laguna. Am I a good girl? No, you're not. It's dangerous to be out there by yourself. What if a monster comes and attacks you? It's only next door. It's okay. It's still dangerous. And since you're such a cute little girl, the monsters will especially be after you. They'll catch you and then they'll suck all your blood out. If anything like that should happen, Uncle Laguna's gonna cry. I'll be okay. I'll just call you Uncle Laguna. You'll come rescue me, right? Hey, Aloni, wait! I waited. Am I a good girl? Yes, a good girl. Dear Aloni's father and mother, Aloni's been a good girl today. Right? Yep. Lily, now's your chance! Chance? You're in standalone? Now go to your room and play. I got in trouble. That's cause you broke your promise. Too bad. Laguna, use proper English when speaking to Aloni. I got in trouble. Too bad. It's been a while, Laguna. Chaos! He's Uncle Laguna's friend. He dresses funny, but he's not a bad guy. You seem well. Yeah, you too. Hey, how long has it been? You know, our grand escape from Centra? That was what we usually call that being chased out. I thought so. Well, I would say about a year or so. I was bedridden for over 6 months. It seemed like every bone in my body was in pieces. I nursed him back to health. Thank you for taking good care of Laguna. I was able to recover in about a month or so. Ever since then, I've been searching for you. Why? After leaving the army, well, just killing time, I guess. Life's pretty boring without you as entertainment, my man. That's a harsh thing to say. I've been living a productive life here. I think I understand what you mean, though. So, what do you want to know? How's Ward doing? Ward quit the army too. Luckily he found a job and he's working pretty hard. What's he doing? He's a janitor down at the D District prison. Wow. Can't picture him mopping floors, but I'm glad he's doing well. Oh, and he never got his voice back. You could basically tell what he wants from his facial expressions. So, what do you want to know? I'm glad that you're doing I'm just glad you're doing well. So, what do you want to know? How's Julia doing? I don't know. You mean Julia the singer? That's right. Laguna really admired her and always frequented the nightclub. Shut up! So what if I did? Julia used to sing at the nightclub? No, she didn't sing. She just played the piano. Then the first song she released was Eyes on Me? How does the song go? You don't know? Well, you never let me hear it. I didn't think you listened to music. The song is about being in love. I really like it. Heard she recently got married. Oh yeah, to some army general, right? General Caraway or something? I'm not too sure. I read in the magazine that her true love went off to war and never came back. General Caraway comforted her while she was feeling down. That's how they got to know each other. So she didn't wait for the soldier to come back? So what? Who cares? As long as she's happy, right? That's all that matters. Ain't that right, L.A.? Right. Ray, Uncle Laguna, and Ray are... Ah! Okay, enough talk about this. So what do you want to know? Well, fond memories, I guess. So what do you want to know? I think the fairies are here. Fairies? Yeah, I guess so. Then our work today should be a cinch. I'm looking forward to the battles. So what do you want to know? there's something here, but I don't know what it's saying. Okay, let's talk later. Let's talk later. Time to do some work. Okay. So what's your plan? You're gonna stick around here for a bit, right? Would that be okay? You work for what you eat. If that's fine with you, you're more than welcome. Come back soon, okay? Well, have fun at work. I'll have lunch ready. Alright, so he's taking up our vine for Kyros. So he needs something. So, I think I'll resort you to this one. Laguna, I have a simple question. What exactly do you do here? It's like this. All the working men in this town were sent off to war. The only ones still left in town are old people, children, chocobos, dogs, and cats. And I'm sure you've noticed, but the monsters have made their way into town. This here town took real good care of me. So basically, I want to return the kindness. You're looking at the Monster Hunter of Winhill. So as of today, you'll be my assistant. We're to patrol the town up to the town entrance. If we see anyone in need along the way, we help them. That's our basic duty. It's been quite some time now since you recovered from your injuries. Thanks to everyone in town. This here town must be quite dull for a young lad like yourself. Perhaps it's time you return to Dealing City. Alright, our first patrol complete. We're to report to the commander and the assistant commander. Commander? You mean that woman at the pub? Her name's Rain. Rain, okay? She saved my life. And the assistant commander is Aloni. She seems like a really nice person, but easily taken in by a hot shot. A hot shot? Okay, let's step up our patrol a notch. Assistant Kiros, let's come up with a plan after we get back to the base. Hell? You've recovered. Now get out of here! Rain asked me to.
Huh? Wow. I will always take this way back from my first patrol.
Did the fairies do this? Maybe. Hey, Laguna. Are you doing this patrol thing every day? Thing? What are you calling thing? Weren't you aiming to become a world-traveling journalist? You've heard of Timber Maniacs, right? I had a talk with the chief editor. He said he's interested in any article related to world travel. That's great! We should go talk to him sometime. Yeah. It'd be okay if we stayed here a bit longer, right? You need time to gather more material? This seems like a really nice town. You're gonna write about this place first, aren't you? No way! You can't make this place famous. Too much publicity and you'll get all those tourists and stuff. You're afraid someone might come and take Rain away? Laguna, you've changed, man. Hey! I see a monster! Another toilet break. Be right back. I got a very bad dog here with me. He has something to say. Okay, let's continue forth. Let's come back later. Come on! Something inside me tells me to listen. Rain, aren't you gonna marry Uncle Laguna? A guy like that? He was carried, crying like a baby, and I was the one who had to take care of him. His crude way of speaking. I don't know if the aspirations of journalists are true. Every time I try to have a serious conversation, he avoids it. I can't stand his snoring and his talks in his sleep. But he's really nice. I really like him. Rain, Uncle Laguna, and Ellie should all be together. You know, I think that what he really wants to do is travel all over the world. I don't think he has it in him to live in a quiet country town like this one. Some people are like that. Some people are like that. Ooh, it makes me so mad. You don't like him? I feel the same way as you, Annie. Oh! Yeah! You're back! I came back in a hurry. here's my report on today's patrol and monster extermination, including Butcher Butchers and Bun Buns that Assistant Commander Elonio so hates. I've exterminated 11 monsters. Alright, thank you. Shall we eat before you get started with the next patrol? I'll call you when it's ready, so just wait in your room. You seem to be pretty tired. You should take a quick nap. Let's eat! Let's all eat together! Oh, you're joining us too, right, Mr. Kiros? We have me and Rain and Uncle Laguna and Mr. Kiros. Time for a little break. Well now, shall we rest up a bit? What's the matter? I get scared sometimes. Scared of waking up somewhere else. Scared of not seeing Eloni. Scared of not seeing Rain. What happened to me? I feel... What is this I'm feeling? Oh, please, let me be in this room when I wake up. Please let me be in this puny bed when I wake up. Laguna, you've changed. Where am I? Ah, welcome back, Zell. The dream world again? Uh-huh. How's Laguna doing? Don't know. I didn't see him. It's not like I know everything about Ward, but... Well, you know Laguna and company went on to that central place and got into a real fix, right? After that, Ward's been all alone. He's working on some sort of prison-like place. And he's bored out of his mind. All he wants is to be fighting alongside Laguna. So, what is this we're experiencing? How the hell should I know? Okay, we're back. And, well, yeah. We're now taking control of Zell. Well, since we're prisoners, shouldn't we try and break out of here? I wonder what happened to Squall. Did they bring him here too? Didn't you say that Ward was working in some sort of prison? Yeah, so? And wasn't he from Galbadia? Sure, he's a soldier there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you supposed to be Ward in that dream world? Just now I was. Doesn't this room look familiar? Oh, the stupid questy. Hey, whoa, wait a sec. I know this place. Everyone, listen up. This is the prison that Ward works at. He's a janitor here. So many rooms just like this. It's got to be here. There's a prison for political activists in Galbadia. This must be the place where Ward works. Right here. Where we are. I'm sure of it. It's no surprise we're in jail. We did attack the sorceress. We went up against the president. We will all be sentenced to death. That president is no longer in charge. Now that Galbadia is in the hands of the sorceress, what's going to happen to us? Things don't look so good. What's going to happen to us? And where the hell is that guy Arvine? And where's Squall? Did the sorceress... One moment, guys. Okay. Where am I? I challenged Ivea. My wound. No wound? How? The Galbadian soldiers. We were surrounded. He was there. Safer. Leering down at me. Damn you, Safer! What? What was that loud noise? I don't like him at all. It's the sound of your friend being tortured. What? What do you mean? Shut up! Don't screw around with me. You understand who's in charge here? I'm asking you a question. Stop! Oh, I almost forgot. Hey man, stir a Renoa, would you? I'm Renoa. Oh, alright. Then come over here. What are you doing with Renoa, you bastard? Stop it already! Stop. I'll go. Renoa. I'll be fine. Let's go. Squall, you're pitiful. Take him away. I'm sure you can imagine what happens now. What do you want? Tell me what seed is. Adair demands to know. Seed? A codename for Ballangarden's elite mercenary force. Seed. Combat specialists. Don't you already know? I'm not a seed. There must be some kind of secret when you're given when you become a seed. There's nothing. Even if there were, you think I'd tell you? You're on my tough nut to crack list. Didn't think you'd talk that easily. Geez, I'm honored. Here's a little something for you. Even if you don't talk, others will. The instructor, the little messenger girl, or that chicken was, he wouldn't last 3 seconds. They're all here? Oh, you bet. But since I like you so much, I thought you should go first. I was hoping you'd be there, Squall. So, how'd I look in my moment of triumph? My childhood dream? Fulfilled. I've become the Sorceress Knight. The Sorceress Knight. His romantic dream. Safer. Now you're just a torturer. What'd you say? Passed out cold, eh? This is the scene where you swear your undying hatred for me. The tale of the evil mercenary versus the Sorceress Knight. The fun's just started, Squall. Don't disappoint me now. Draw! Cure! Ow! 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 It's no use. There seems to be an anti-magic field here. What was that noise? You again? Damn him! That numbskull! Yo! Who do you think you are? Yeah, you big meanie! Stop that! You'll regret those words! He's so mean! You okay? Doesn't work so well, but cure. Well now, Squall, I'll ask again. What is Seed and why do they oppose the sorceress? Seed opposed the sorceress. Sir Safer, the missiles targeted for the garden are ready to launch. Excellent. Balam Garden is to be destroyed on charges of training Seeds to oppose the sorceress. What? It's a pity, really. I grew up there too. But orders are orders, and today I want it destroyed. No. After the garden's gone, the seed hunt will begin. I'll be a Deus bloodhound and hunt down every one of your kind. It'll be fun, Squall. Don't die on me yet. Continue with the interrogation. Ready to talk? I don't understand the question. Don't mess with me! Dan says he knows something. Now spit it out! Talk! What is Seed all about? Aren't we mercenaries from Balam Garden? Special forces? Yeah, so? I don't know anything. Why do you keep asking me? Okay, so the selection here will depend on what's going to happen on the last dream sequence. So if we do this, just let me die, we get an additional item. I'll lie, I must live. The Moonbow will accompany us throughout, but we don't get much. Okay, let's see here. I think I'll go on with this. What's that? What did you say? Your breath stinks. Fuck, punk! You asked for it! How's that? How do you like me now, huh? Good night. Completely knockout cold. Hey, you two Moombas. Watch him. What now? What do we do? Just stay here? We'll get tortured for sure. I wonder how they'll torture us. I hope it won't hurt. Well, you had it coming, Selfie. We can't just sit here. We have to think of a way to escape. Anyone got a plan? Well, we could skin this little guy and wear him as a disguise. I'm kidding. Doesn't sound like you are. Well, we can't rely on magic here, so we have to go with weapons. We have to somehow get them back. Weapons. My weapons are these Fisto mine. I could do some serious damage without weapons. It's up to me, baby. Let me go. I'll go get the weapons back. Oh yeah! You work here as ward, so you know the place. Not really. All Ward did was mop the floors. Just leave it to me. You two, lie down there. Zell. I hope this works. Guard! We need some help. Open the door. What's the problem? The women are unconscious. I think a snake bit them. What? Well, I'm off. Huh? You wanna go too? I guess. Just don't get in the way. Okay, a little exploration time. Ow, ow, ow. What's wrong, Yuki? Ow. Hey, what are you doing? Look at this! Seed weapons! Is this what they call a gunblade? Check these out! A whip, a chaku. You... an escapee? Yo! I'm here to reclaim these. Who's there? Piece of cake, baby. Don't hit my face. Stop grabbing my leg. Let me sleep. Laguna? Shut up. Laguna. Laguna? Laguna! Laguna? What? I don't understand. Laguna! Laguna! Laguna? Laguna! Laguna! Laguna? Yo, sorry to keep you waiting. Zill, the weapons? Voila! Woohoo! Alright! Time to go kick some ass! Yes! Right on! Okay, now let's organize the party and give some stuff. From this point on, we're going to have a lot of good stuff going. So oh boy, here we go again. Okay. Oh right, I forgot to okay. Let's do this. Forgot mug. We're definitely gonna need mug here. Is this the cell with the uncooperative prisoners? Yes, this is it. Please give them something to really complain about. Should we be picking on prisoners so soon after getting transferred here? Just be quiet and let me handle this. These are the prisoners. Lieutenant Biggs, Private Wedge. Biggs? Wedge? So, we meet again. Now we'll teach you the lesson we should have taught you earlier. I know it might seem cowardly to fight unarmed prisoners, but I hope you appreciate our position. Hey, it's a dog-eat-dog. They're fully armed, sir. What? How? Hell with it. Let's go, Wedge! I was demoted because of you. I'm only a lieutenant now. I'll get my revenge. Okay, they got very high tier spells here, so we'll take advantage of drawing from these guys. I'm harassed by my dogs here. Ow! Ow! You two are such bad boys.
it's trouble.
If you use Confuse on these guys, they'll trigger a special scene.
Idiot, what are you doing?
Yikes! What was I doing?
We're just getting started.
I don't want to be demoted! And you can't use magic. Boo-hoo.
Why? What's wrong, Lieutenant?
Okay, time to get out of here. Sorry it took a while.
Don't you think you can just walk out?
Squirrel should be around here somewhere. You have any idea? Laguna? 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 I don't know why, but I feel kinda lucky. Let's just go after them, okay? What the? Warning. Escapee alert. Monsters will be set loose on each floor. If the escapee refuses to surrender, you have permission to kill. The anti-magic field will be lifted.
Security alarm!
Okay, jailbreak time. So since this is an unrevisitable location, we want to get the good stuff here before leaving. And that also involves many Triple Triad games with some of the prisoners here. Since the games here requires money, we got a good enough money, so there will be 3 different kinds of prisoners, three Triple Triad card players, all offering different kinds of you need to require a certain payment to play with them. And if you win, you get some items. first one. Escape? Still got fresh legs, huh? I'll stay here. I don't want to die. By the way, wanna play some cards? I'm bored. I'll give you something if you win. But you don't get anything for free here. Give you a discount though. How about 500 gil per game? Rip off! The base may explode and we all die. Sounds like the perfect time for Triple Triad. Yep. You got that right. Except this is not the base yet. This is still the prison. We're still in prison. We want to escape, but we want to play cards. Easy as that. Oops, I don't think I'm gonna have a same here. We'll try to get the rare stuff here before we leave. Except for one part in which we want lots of them. Yep, I don't think we're gonna do some same place here. Close, warmer. By the way, KR127, welcome. This game is timeless classic. You got that right. Yep, I messed up. We messed up, folks. It's okay, I'll get... oh, never mind. Okay, what did I bring here back then? I'm sure I brought these two. Don't risk it on the same plus rules. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Luckily we didn't put plus in here. We're just trying to get the good stuff. I know you can only get one of the items that are one time only. It's supposed to be the HP ups or the luck ups. Should be one of those. 2, 3, 3, 5. 2, 3, 3, 5. Nah, you only get those stat boosting items here one time if you win. Just that the only possible the only possible common item you'll get here will tend to be potions or the eye drops remedy. It just depends on those two. I feel we're getting warmer. Or not. Well, we got an item we cannot use until later. God bless, have a great steam. Kupopo. Kupo, kupo, kupopo. Thank you. Speaking of, I did see a meme about Squall playing cards at the at the worst time possible. That's just one of the most funniest things I've seen on certain sites. Yep. Oh, we got enough Garagaros. There we go. Yo! I found the seeds! guys have escaped! You wake up only to put back to sleep. Yeah, nice one. Okay. Ah, damn it. Yuki, here. Golly, my dogs. Golly Wally, my dogs did something. So for those who are wondering, all of Wendigo's physical attacks ignores all evasion accuracy even when blinded. However, if you're facing a high level tier Wendigo and you don't want to get annoyed by those dribbling and shooting and whatnot, inflicting Berserk at it would at least lessen the burden. It will just do power bombs that either deals mediocre to stupid damage. So at least with that, you'll avoid getting double up by the sky once you reach high levels. Wait, did we miss anything from floor 7? Nope. How do I know? Well, to tell you the truth, I'm also a Balam Garden student. Oh, but I can't give you any info. I'm working for Galbad right now. I'm not supposed to do this, but I wanted to see you all with my own eyes. Hey, you need any items? You have to pay for them, of course. Sure, I need some items. you got a battle beater. Are you a mercenary or something? If you win this game, I'll add something special to that thing for you. But I charge 300 gil per game. Okay, let me have whatever you got. Okay, a promise is a promise. Let me see that battle meter. Just move this part around. There you go. Now I can look at even more detailed records. So we'll go to the battle meter by here, information, and then the battle report is right here. Here's the character report. Man, look at those records. So the character report is how many times the character defeated enemies, how many times they got KO'd. I think it's a good thing, maybe. Okay, this is where the other card player is at, and this is the part in which we can get one of the really good items from this person. That's why I want to stay in that place for a while, because of this really good item. Hastes. Stop. Demi. Okay, these guys are running out of demis, so... Here it is. Hey you guys, I'm really bored. Wanna play a card game with me? I'll give you something if you win. But I'll have to charge you for the game. Only fair, right? How about 200 gil per game? Okay, Sacred... Tiamat... No. We're gonna be here for a long time. There we go. One down. One down and 5 to go. There's the other one, HP up. The thing is, the Rosetta Stone has an infinite supply. So if we are able to get lots of them, well, that's the second one. Okay, so you said there's an Eagle Lord. If there's a Triple Triad card, real life version of Triple Triad card, yes, I would get them if they are available. I mean, we're talking about legacy, discontinued stuff, and I don't know if they still exist. Some of these stuff are novelty. So I don't know if there's going to be a possibility that they would be back for a sale. These types are pretty much rare item territory. That depends. Especially those legacy items, no doubt, they're gonna be so expensive. Ah, come on, where's my third Rosetta Stone game? Yep. Pretty much it. So far, Merida to Japan only. Yep. That's one of the reasons saying that the original ones are so ancient. You couldn't even tell if they still exist. Yep, they're double-edged swords, but they're also cancerous. Plus, alone is cancerous. So that's why I favor same and same wall, because with same wall you can play with the the cards with ace in it. So just like Quistis, such as Diablos. So you can have the wall on the very edge of the field. Take advantage of it. Okay. Since this guy's AI is quite smart, this guy knows what he's doing. So what am I gonna do is this. Sudden death is just the worst. That from the rules that I hate, it's between plus and sudden death. Yeah. It's the Queen of Cards. Queen of Cards is much more brutal than the CC group members. At least we know that Shu and Quistis are relatively slow players, but they have smart AI. Quistis herself is slow, but smart. But I think from the CC group, I think it's between Diamond, Spade, Joker have the crazy type of AI for me. But by far the most cancerous AIs is between Idea and the Queen of Cards at endgame. So they're the most difficult to face. Idea herself is incredibly difficult, especially with the central rules, just to get her own card from her. Dalet, Trivia, Centra, Lunar. The ones with random as their basic starting rule. I love trade rule all. I really hate trade rule direct. Direct is the worst. Because if the trade rule is direct, you won't, and there are additional rules that you won't be able to capture those cards with same or plus or same wall. You'll never get those rare cards. Win or lose, direct is whatever you capture, you take it. So vice versa for the opponent. That's why trade rule all is much more fitting a good victory over direct. Or difference is decent. Because if the trade rule is 1, I'll mostly pick the cards that I want to modify the most. Just like what I'm doing, I just picked a Gala instead of a high level card because they can be refined for meltdowns. As for this one, I'll pick the Abyss Sperm over everything else because they have tornadoes in it. Plus is more. Plus if the trade rule is direct and there's a same or plus in it, you definitely want to play smart with the plus rule. Otherwise, you won't get anywhere. With example, the opponent has a boss card or a GF player card. Okay, there we go. Third Rosetta Stone. One more, I guess? One more? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, one more. Because we'll get another one once we get to S-Star. And then Bahamut has the skill that corresponds with the Rosetta Stone. This is the best reason to stay in the district prison just because of Triple Triad. But you need to have money because those guys will charge you per game. If we get lucky with a 4th Rosetta Stone in about 2-4 minutes, between 30 minutes. We'll have a lot of time in our hands to do the missile base. Okay, this guy's trying to knock me down. Okay, sure. For those of you who don't know, the real reason why I'm doing Triple Triad over this guy is for the Rosetta Stones. You can give ability times 4 to any GF. That's why I'm staying here for as long as I could. Okay, warmer. It's kind of annoying. The last time I played was against the what you call a second-rate card club because I got trade rule all on every magic until it drops down to 1. That's the most annoying part. Do you use your favorite cards, just random cards at your disposal? That depends. The ones I'm using is staple for me when there's same or same and same wall. That's why I'm using this combo. And it depends on the rule. And then of course I need to have the cards that I'll be able to perform a same on these. That's why I have these. Okay, you're playing me that way, huh? Once I get Rinoa's card later on, she and Diablos will be on my usual deck. FF8 characters in your card versions. What do you mean? What do you mean by your last response? Their own cards like a day acquisition if you don't understand what Again, that depends. Because right now I'm using Quistis' card, so it has high numbers on top and the bottom. Idea to me is like late game. I would only use it if I'm going against a same wall rule. But normally the first 3 cards that I pick are between Diablos, Quistis, and Rinoa. Or until I get Odin, he'll also be on my disposal. Cerberus is also one of my favorite cards to use for same wall. Even though they look lackluster in terms of numbers. But their number combination can be good for same wall plays. Typically, I use Rinoa as the last card I'll use for the once I get to the horizontal parts of the field, because Rinoa is among the 3 cards with double A's. Yeah, I know. too much potions. But I'd even take mega potions. I'd take mega potions, they're no problem. Yikes! You triggered my trap card. But at least I got the one-time only rewards from both prisoners. The luck up and the HP up. The decks I'm using right now is what I use for at the moment for same place. So until I can get the cards I wanted much later, I'll be stuck with using them until then. Can I card mod you guys now? Good. Have you ever done max stats? No. I don't. I'll never try. If it's devouring enemies or refining stuff over and over, no. I've only done maximizing. I've only done that once. No, I've only done that in when you want to junction additional abilities. Yeah, I'm not gonna go that far. I don't think I got the time and effort for that one. Normally I play my characters on a preferential playstyle because if you notice, I normally have Squall junction with Ice Magic, Zell with Fire Magic, Quistis with Thunder Magic, and then there's Selfie with Water Magic. I just go by preferences. Okay, what do you want to do with it? No, 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 no. Okay. I've never done 100% stat even in the original playthrough. But the one thing that is almost impossible for me is getting Siren and Doom Train to level 100 to get their unique refinements. Siren for Dark Matter and then Doom Train for like a Hero Trial. Those I just can't do. Nice. Have you heard of Magic the Gathering? Magic the Gathering collaborated with Final Fantasy to have various cards for the FF series. And I think those are super cool. Oops. Yep, I can go on forever. To that someone who says all I'm doing is just playing cards. Yeah. Censorship these days in gaming. Shake my head at this point. It's just, I don't know. Oops, you triggered my trap card. Five. Warmer? Do you believe in the creator's aspiration is why they're thinking collaborate? No, I don't think so. And I thought at first collaborating with them is like a surprise because one of the Discord communities I'm in say they're actually shocked to see Magic the Gathering collaborating with Final Fantasy. So they take it as a surprise. They take it as a surprise for them because there are some people in the other Discord community that I'm in are addicted to card games. So I can sympathize with them. Because they like doing, or they like playing with, you know. Come on, I just need one more. Don't be greedy, meow. Wow, what a jerk! Censorships, on the other hand, that really depends, especially by country. By region. I'm just asking when you think about it. I'm just asking your reactions when you think about it. So why would they do it and think about it realistically? I'd be I'd be shocked because when I heard of the news about the collaboration, I was surprised because I also know Magic the Gathering. Mortal Kombat for Magic the Gathering? I don't know. I honestly have no idea. Yeah, Meltdown, that's good. Well, my favorite is my favorite is between my favorite is between I forgot. My favorite is between Meteor, Meteor, Holy, Demi, and Flare. I also like Blizzara Blizzaga. It's been a while since I played X2. I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, it had its use. As long as it works, it works. Wait. I gotta ask for tips. Do you have any advice or any tips on how to master the same rule? Try to have a deck that has numbers that you'll be able to use efficiently. So for sometimes I have the 5 on the bottom and the 8 on top. So that's why I have Diablos for this. So have some cards that you think your opponent will have that you might take advantage of, just like this deck that I have currently. I was supposed to have a Catablopus here, but I didn't have any luck finding an Armadodo in its playthrough. It has some decent numbers. Also, try to have some numbers that can defend itself with the numbers, just like Diablos. If you're going to do if you're going to have a same gameplay with some defense on the on this particular example, like that. Also, it also depends on the opponent's AI. If they think they're gonna get owned by a gameplay that will have something like this, try to counter it with a card that you think that they won't be able to match up a pair for same. So just like what this guy's doing. Yep. And once the region that you are playing with has same wall, have cards with an A value, because you'll be able to use the A value outside the playing field. So for example, let's see. So this particular position, either here, either on the right side, you'll be able to take advantage of the A on the right, and then if the opponent's cards ends with a 3 left or 3 right, because Diablos has 3 left, match them up, and you'll be able to have a same match up only if there's a same wall in it. So just like that. So this is just an example. Just pretend there's a same wall in play. So if I put Diablos in here, the matchup will supposed to be same because the wall counts as a value, and then the opposing card will be captured. I know it's confusing because same wall doesn't exist in Galbadia. I think it will exist in Estar. Okay, where was I? So if we're lucky to have another good matchup that I can use the same rule, I can demonstrate here. Okay, none here. Because this opponent's AI is crazy. You cannot even predict what's their movement's gonna be, so if we're lucky. Okay. This opponent's AI is just janky. That's why I don't spam my deck with all 100% rare cards anymore. Yeah, this guy's movement is unpredictable. Okay, here's a matchup. So if I do this, because there's 9 here on the bottom and then 2 on the right. Quistis has 9, 2 on the upper left portion of her card. So this is gonna be a same matchup. And then Creeps has a 5 at the bottom, which beats Cockatrices to up 2. So like so. Be sure you have the cards that will have some mirror values. I don't know about the opponent. Sometimes they don't have the numbers that you wanted. So you'll just have to play it by ear on how you will be able to play it good with the same roll. Speaking of AI, as technology improves over time and AI humanoid robot girlfriends become available for... No. That's a big no. No, no, no. Never. It's already annoying as is, especially for some mobile games with voice actors with their usual roles. And then, yeah, you probably know what is going on in the voice acting industry. So that's why I really dislike having AI for the usual purposes. Definitely not a fan of it, I'm afraid. I'm speaking hypothetically about AIs and robots. I mean, some theories about people saying AI robotics can change the future. I mean, yeah, there's a possibility. Yeah, mostly against Idea. It's always against Idea. Melon, Yu-Gi-Oh time. Time to duel. And especially if it's the game where the loser will force their minds to be open. Haha, chop! Like that. This guy doesn't want to cough up the last Rosetta Stone. He's playing hard to get. I think a day I can beat him. Yeah, a day I can beat him. Because unlike Pegasus, Idea has real magic. Three, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8. Yeah, nope. It's been almost 30 minutes, huh? 30 minutes since the last Rosetta Stone. Yep, he is playing hard to get. 4, 5, 4, 5. 4, 5, 4, 5. Yeah. 4, 6. At least for every win you make, you'll be able to get the card that you wanted, unless you're playing in Trade Roll All. And with card mod in the way, yep, too bad, lassie. So if you're able to predict your opponent's movements carefully, and there's the same rule in play, you'll be able to take advantage of the level of the cards that they use, and then use it to your advantage if you have rare cards with the values that you wanted. And again, the cards that your opponent will have is random, and if you want more chances, you want to have the open rule. I haven't finished this chocolate cake for like 3 hours now. Did you hate the random rule? Well, not anymore. It's like ancient history now, especially if you know how to play it well. Especially when there's a same wall or plus rule, and if you know how to mod them for items, just like what I'm doing. because you'll be able to get only the cards that are normally much rarer, like the boss cards, GF cards, player cards. I've won several matches with random rule on. But sometimes it's like I can estimate 30 over 70. 30% that I win, 70% that I don't. Okay, so that's how you want to play it. Because I mod my cards anyway, I don't really hate random rule. I got over it after a while. But you want to get rid of the cards that requires multiple copies to modify for items, because they can be your fatal flaw in the long run. So just like the Tactical on Fs, what else? The many of the level 5 cards, if you hate playing with those. And sometimes your other opponents will have opponents will have different cards to play. That's why you got to be more precise about learning how the rules go. I think I got more of these. So cards like the Tactical on F, if you're playing on random and then you get unlucky that 3 of them are in the deck, yeah, you're gonna hate random roll for that. So multiple copy cards for modification, you want to get rid of them if you don't want to hate on random roll. And remember, every region has their different rules. So if you play it smart, then good for you. Yeah, what a yeah, the guy avoided my sick ass same place. Okay, never mind. But to me, my favorite is between same wall, open, and elemental. I prefer the elemental rule in S-Star. Yeah, so this guy is gonna attempt to have a same on this one because there's the wedge bigs there that has a 6 on the right and 2 on the bottom. So if I go this, I would have lost. So yeah, I'll do this. And that's what happens. That's what happens. So you gotta be more careful if you're going to play with the same rule. Plus. I hate plus with passion. You want, because in plus, if they're comboed with a random or sudden death, you gotta be smart with your pair of sums. You need to be smart or else they'll get ya. Okay, so here's another play. 8-4. So I'll do this, and then voila. Oops, I did the wrong combo, but it's okay. What I don't get at times is why they don't have a... Yeah. That's yep. Some of the other mini bosses don't have cards either. I mean, yeah. Exactly. So make sure you have a backup save if the worst thing if the worst thing happens. Always have a backup save. However, it's almost the exact opposite for me. I want to abolish random or plus rule, but instead open gets spread out. Open instead gets spread out. It doesn't matter. I don't basically have any preference at this point. But mobile ones I have retired since last year, with some exceptions. At this point, you don't even want to quit now. What combination of ruler setup do you think fucks you up? Random plus sudden death or plus sudden death. It's between those two. Random plus sudden death or plus sudden death. I don't want to get out of jail yet. I want to play cards. Nope. I didn't get this one, Lionheart. I didn't think in this playthrough I didn't get at least Rinoa's ultimate weapon because I got a completely different item when we defeated the robot. Because on the original stream that I made for this, I got Rinoa's ultimate weapon the earliest out of everybody. Rinoa's shooting star, because we got a force arm. I got a force armlet on the robot on the original stream. For this one, I got a hypno crown. I mean the card. I don't think I want to. I don't think I don't want to mod Minotaur. Okay, this is bad. Okay. By the way, welcome, That's Zero. We're in for an hour now to get my 4th Rosetta Stone. Yeah, Triple Triad's my favorite. Come on! Enough with the potions! Cough it up! Next time I play this, I'll mix up the rules for Triple Triad to have more to make it interesting. Okay. Good luck with that one. You're going to play with plus random. The other cancerous rule I hate mentioning. You're playing this game either on your laptop or Nintendo Switch. I'm playing on Steam. Do 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 do. Nope. Okay, 4, 3, 5, 6. 4, 3, 5, 6. Sometimes the game does that. I can't remember the last time I've been here for like more than 3 hours.
Blech. Ah, come on.
No, but let me save because I don't wanna screw it up. Shoot! Almost 3 hours. Okay. I think I'm due to a toilet break. I've been holding in it for a while. I'll be back. Okay, do you have a match up before? Do you have a match up before that it looks like you'll lose, but you force draw so you don't lose? Yep. Happens a lot in Lunar Base. Anyway, we're back and we're gonna resume the hunt for that last Rosetta Stone. Just one more. All I ask is one more. We can do this all night if you have to. For those who are tuning in, we're still at it. Just to get the fourth and last Rosetta Stone that I need. We're getting there. We're getting there. Finally! Finally! Finally we can get out of this hellhole. The hatch is closed. Doesn't look like there are any more cells above. Yo! I found the seeds! Heard the Moombas. Sup guys? Something there? Squall! You okay? Go as hell. Let's just get the hell out of here. Catch! So if we choose to let ourselves quote-unquote die, we get 3 Moombas, which will provide us shortcuts to the other floors. If you lie, you only get 1 shortcut. Let's just get the hell out of here. Squall, are you alright? Thank goodness you're alright. Let's go. Okay, let's have some shortcuts. Let's open up some shortcuts. Okay. Floor 12. Floor 9. 12, 9, and I think 12, 9, and 4. 12, 9, 4. You know, Laguna. Didn't you come here as Laguna in the dream world? No. So Squall doesn't know how to get out either. Well, either way, we keep going up and up. I think we better head back down. It'd be a pain to go down every floor. The alarm alerted monsters and security guards everywhere. By the way, how the hell did they carry up here, Squall? Whoa! What's this? It's like a crane that can carry a detachable sail from downstairs. Oh, so this big hole goes all the way to the bottom. So if we jump all the way down, we're out of here. Go ahead if you want to be squashed like a pancake. Oh yeah, I remember now. We can move this arm by using the panel above in the control room. I remember Ward doing this, but we need to operate them both at the same time. Someone needs to stay upstairs and control the panel. Me? Fine. I'll give you instructions from upstairs. Everyone, get inside. So this is the arm control room. Yo, can you guys hear me? Hi there, loud and clear. So, what do we do? Press the red button on the main panel. I'll take care of the rest. There! Hey, so what are we going to do now? Well, there's a door over there. And let's check it out. If only we could get out of here. Can we get out? Sand? Buried? You mean we're underground? In any case, we can't get out from here. What was that? Gunfire? Sounds pretty bad. So! Let's get back, quick! There he is! Over there! Seize the escapee, dead or alive! Too many! I'm out of here! Ugh! You bastard! Die!
Thanks, man! What? Let go. I said let go!
Squall! Zoe! I'm glad you're alright. Squall, why did you go on your own? Is Zell that important to you? Oh, ah!
There's no way we can get out of here! Ah! Oh!
Come on! Stop trying to act so cool! Gee, if you only had agreed with me earlier, we wouldn't be in this mess. Squall! Squall's alive. I knew he would be. Squall's okay. Yeah. Renoa, you're alright!
Uh-huh.
Of course. Courtesy of my escort. What's that supposed to mean? My father pulled some strings with the military. He told them to get me and only me out. Then, so this guy here, he came and got me. Just me. Knowing you were all captured. Isn't that horrible? Alright. I said I was sorry. That's why I'm here to help. After I scratched you to death. Anyhow, now's your chance. The basement door is buried in sand. Of course it is. This place is buried underground. Buried? That's right. This prison is...
There they are! It's the escapees!
Squall! You choose 2 more party members and head on up. I'll hold them here. Up? Don't have time to explain now. The exit's up there. Trust me.
Okay.
I think I know the way. Okay, so we're having Renoa in forcibly. So I think I'll go with, let's see. I got them all. I got all 4. We're good. Okay. I think... Wait. Nah. I'll go with this. My turn to boogie now. So floor 9, so we're back at floor 9. So just to double check, yep, we got all 4 stones. Okay, so let's do the quick path out of here. Oh, going for waifu teammate. The last playthrough, I think I got Quistis in. So, pretty much doesn't matter to me who my party is at this point, since everybody gets to have a time to shine. Okay. Meanwhile, oh man, this is endless. Yo! What's our next move? I got an idea. Can we go up again with the arm? Hey, good idea. But they got operated from that room upstairs. Leave that to me. Alright, let's head to the floor where the arm stopped. So I want to teach you for fun. I don't blame you. It's okay. Actually, I don't need to save. Since we're gonna do the quick one out. Floor 5. Floor 4. Hey, hop on. All right. Laguna, head confused. Run. I mean, yeah, it's up to you. I mean, I don't mind playing either way. Ah, where's the save point? Ah, come on. We're outside! We escaped! We escaped! Prisoners may not go beyond this point. You will be they're coming! I kind of forgot. You're not going anywhere. No, I haven't done any challenges. That depends. But I don't know if you count low-level Ultima or Omega weapon count in FF8. Hey Squall, can you hear me? Hey, you guys! Is that what you're talking about? What if Squall and the others have already gone up ahead? I can hear you. See? I told you we'd be alright. Squall, go ahead and operate the arm. How? Squall, push down the yellow button on your upper right-hand side. Is this it? Alrighty. We'll be there in like a second. Wait right there. Hey, is it supposed to move this slow? So what? What's the rush? Looks like they'll be just fine. Alright. So, how did we get down? No way. When I came in earlier, it wasn't like this. Let's just head for that structure over there. Hold on! Over here! Hurry! That was way too dangerous, wasn't it? Yeah. I thought the arms were moving kind of slow. They had a submerged system on. let's just get going. I want to ride the yellow one. I'll take that one too. Okay, me too. Hey, ladies! Let's go, Arvine. What? The sorceress is about to launch missiles at Garden? That's what Renoa heard from Arvine! The only thing we can do now is go back to Garden as soon as possible and warn the students. Alright, let's get on the car and go. They're targeting both Balamb and Triple Gardens! We have to interfere with the launch. We have to stop the missiles. The missile-based plan? You should go talk to Selphie. This isn't just about Selphie. So, I understand how Selphie feels, but I'll do whatever Squall decides. Okay, so this is the breaking point in the game where the party will split into two. The party will split into two. Different scenarios will come in play. So, let me unjunction everybody first. So, in the original stream that I made, I put in Zell and Renoa to Squall's party because they get a lot of good stuff, especially with the pigtail girl. However, it doesn't matter which you put in, if you put Zell in the party or not in the once you go back to the garden to interact with the pigtail girl during the garden riot. So it doesn't matter, it doesn't have any good changes besides the rewards that you can get in the library if you succeed in defending the garden from those goons. So I'll be putting Zell and Renoa to Selphie's party. And then I'll have Quistis and Arvine join Squall's party. Transferred from Triple Garden. I can't just sit around knowing that Triple Garden is in danger. So Squall, please, decide who's gonna go to the Golbaja missile base before it's too late. It's easier said than done. What if something happens to the party members I choose? Let's take a vote. Squall will decide on the party. Squall will return to Balamb because he's the leader. Anyone against this plan, please raise your right hand. I don't mind which team you put me on, but you're an outsider. You're the leader, Squall. What are the teams? Leader. I never asked to be the leader. Oh no. I heard they were hitting Trebia first. And in Balamb. Poor Selphie. Have you spoken to Selphie? Everyone's pretty much decided. Squall, you decide. It's part of the leader's responsibility. Oh, the soft side of me is coming out. Is that sorceress for real? Okay, before I go into that, let's modify stuff first. We should have enough for the gist of it. Oh, I forgot the card mod one. Okay, let's see if everybody gets tornadoes. Okay, because this doesn't have tornadoes. Good. Blizzaga. Do we have anyone with Blizzaga? We're good with Blizzaga. Fire. We barely have Firaga on everybody. Okay, curing magic. Full life is still uncertain, so we'll just have to leave it at that. Zombie, death, regen. Everybody but Squall got regen. Time magic. Haste. Squall doesn't have much haste. Dammies. Status magic. Everybody should have next confused. Okay, good. Meltdown. Okay, we're good with the meltdown. Renoa doesn't have pain, which is okay, I guess. I'ma refine. Tools. Do we have enough tools for everybody? Okay, aura stones. Okay, here we go. Tribia, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop it. Please let everybody be alright. Please. That was a miss, right? Squall, we have to report to Balam. Who are you taking? Come on, Squall. You have to decide, Squall. Squall, think carefully now. I've had it up to here with this leader thing. Alright, I'll choose. Okay, I'm bringing you two. I'm on the missile base infiltration team. I have to be. They launch missiles at my Trabia. This team will now lead. We'll head for Balam. The rest to the missile base. Should I go with this? Let's double check. Okay, we're set. This mission is unlike any other. It's not an order or a request from everyone. Selfie, do you have some kind of plan? I think if we take this Galbajanalri vehicle, we should be able to make it inside the base. But that's about it. I'll have to think about the rest once we're inside. Do you think that'll be okay? I'm sorry. I mean, thanks. There isn't much time. You better hurry to Balam Garden. See you at Balam Garden. And the party splits. Squall, hurry! let's take that train. Hey! Stop! Squall, there's a soldier coming after us. Stop the train!
Come on!
Oh my, just give up. Gosh, I hope he's alright. Come on, to the missile base. Okay, so now we're taking with Selfie's the leader. Okay, I'll give you this. I will give you this. Okay, so this is the reason why I want to remove those. I got my the Rosetta Stones. Okay, so some good monsters here. Okay, that's... okay. Whoa! We got the end! Damn it! Let's try again. Ah, damn it! We go! Okay guys, stream over. The end. Goodbye. Just kidding. let's go. So before we go on to the missile base, let's head to Dealing City for the meantime. Oh, we got Questus' ultimate weapon already. Nice. Let's have this for selfie. And model this for Questus. I don't need to change Squall's weapon because I'm gonna wait for Lionheart anyway. Please take care of her, Noah. Galbadia is completely at the mercy of the sorceress. This country is now merely a tool for her. Fearing the sorceress, the rest of the world will unite against Galbadia. I fear it will be the sorceress war all over again. our enemy Estar was also ruled by a sorceress. The same thing is happening with Galbadia. How foolish of you, dealing. The powerful nation to the east, Estar is our worst threat. It's a country that took over the world with Sorceress Adol. Ever since the end of the war, Estar has kept silent. No one knows what became of Sorceress Adol. Estar itself remains hidden and isolated. We were afraid of Estar. We occupied other countries to build up a force. Things have been going awry ever since then. I have my daughter's card, but I don't use it in my hand very often. However, I will think about it if you give me your Ifrit card. Of course, you will need to beat me to get my daughter's card. Okay, so here's a very mini requirement here. So, in order for General Caraway to play Renilla's card, we'll have to intentionally lose the Ifrit card to him. Yeah. Why don't we say we play some cards together? Yep. So, we will intentionally lose a Ifrit card to General Caraway. Like so. We'll try to lose this game for now. Oh no, you didn't just do that. Oh, try again. I will accept it gratefully. And then he immediately loses it. I lost the Ifrit card you gave me the other day. To whom, you ask? The former Galbadia Garden Master Martin. We've both been persecuted by Adea. So now he will play the real thing. If he plays it, that is. There it is. So how should we do this? It's unfortunate that I got in first. I thought you just did that. Anyway. Okay, now we're getting out of here. However, we're too late. Yep, we're definitely too late. So we're gonna stop the stream right this very moment. If we didn't take too long in getting 4 Rosetta Stones earlier during the jailbreak scene, we would have gone to the Galbadia missile base scene in one go. But I'm rather tired, and I got a Black Mage run to do on Maple Story with the boss party that I'm joining with temporarily, since I had to let my spot go from my guild for the meantime, because we got several people who wanted to liberate. So I gladly gave up my spot temporarily so that they can liberate ASAP. So I will stop the stream for the meantime. We will continue with the Missile Base and the Return to Balam Garden stream. Maybe by tomorrow. I don't think I have the energy to even play after the Black Mage run. So for those who join in late, I'm so sorry. I will see you hopefully tomorrow. So I'll put up the schedule after I finish the stream. So please look forward to it. Alright. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day ahead.